Hello. I'm alive. Fucking hell, man. OBS was really not wanting to let me actually do anything today. It just kept chain crashing. I was beginning to panic. But hey, what's up? I just gotta make the tweet and all. Please hold. Also, I think I've, like, slightly lost my voice. Me and the boys got a bit too into that cheese rolling game, which is free and is fucking insane. Yeah, I think I'm slightly kind of losing my voice as a result. Oh, what game? Cheese rolling. That's literally the name. You know, it's that, I can't remember what the actual country is from, you know, the thing where they roll like a, you know, wheel of cheese down a hill and everybody, like a really steep hill and people run after it. They made that into a game. And it is free to play. It's fucking crazy. I learned about it from a, Pecora stream. And it is excellent. And speaking of things that are excellent, holy, look at him. Majestic, proud, wonderful. Truebill. Look at him go. Anyway, let me just fast travel to the moon real quick. Oh yeah, that was the thing we were going to do. Oh. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's start off the day on a really, really bad note. Is it just me or is the game a bit wider? Dude, don't say that. Don't add extra technical troubleshooting things. Oh no. Oh, is that just on YouTube side? Oh. Ahem. So, I'm not gonna pull back up all of the Japanese for this, but if any of you guys remember the English, or if you remember the Japanese with Odienjo's whole long, soul-searching introspection monologue there. Let's check out the English for a second. Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Livingway, I presume. 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. It is so plain that these strangers could intuit. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. When Grahatia did contrive to deliver the verse at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme, a sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minvilia, one life for one world, and by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Furamin her beloved daughter. So, notice how Thancred is not mentioned in the English by name explicitly there? Notice how they took out Thancred's name? You know, I love that. That's so good. Two souls whose selflessness were beyond measure, whose resolve were unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest, but protest I did not. Far from it, I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbrida, who did face death unflinching that we might secure a means to bring low the Asians. In her hour of need, I did not. Dutiful disciple of Luiso, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live it instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice, mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amaro was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus we must struggle, haunted by the ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity? So, it keeps going, by the way. This is already just like D&D amateur hour, but it keeps going. Sometimes there is no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can. Would that we had time to weigh the costs. So, the option that I picked was quoting the dragon guy. Sage counsel indeed. I see wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when we last spoke alone. And so, candidly, that's the same. Okay. You actually always do with Urinja, like, it's fine. Okay, I thank thee for all my supposed skill with words. You don't have English. You does not have skill with words in any way, shape, or form. English you is like 90 IQ. I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Lopritz proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers, a concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed, but we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before, and today. So, they just kind of skimmed over the section with Muambrita in the English. They got rid of the answer saying, like, if only I had told her that nothing in this world could possibly replace you, or, you know, nothing in this world could possibly be worth your life. They got rid of that line in favor of saying, if only I had bid her live. Yeah, dude. He's so good with word. Get rid of the direct mention of Thancred when referencing Minfilia. Because, I mean, who fucking needs emotions? You know, the whole point of him bringing up Minfilia in the first place, and then Muambrita, is that they're both, you know, people's loved ones. Not just that she was, like, the boss of the Scions. But that to both Thancred and Huramin, she was family. She was irreplaceable. You know, that's sort of like a thing that they've been going with for a while here. I think that they would, like, unironically like it. It's... Final Fantasy XIV is self-selected for... Like, it has absolutely filtered out more reasonable people. Oh, I thought you said text instead of test. But yes, character description test for... Yeah, how would you describe Urianger's character in English? Without talking about him talk fantasy. Him talk fancy type style voice, man. I can talk, I swear. Also, for this quest, this is a thing that's been coming up a lot as well. You see that? This is Arteris's tomorrow. Yeah, like... Also, wait a second, did they even... Hold up. In the English, did they even... Yeah, they didn't do it. I was just remembering, like, in the Japanese, the big line, the one that tied into the name of the quest was, like, am I truly... like, this cold-hearted, unfeeling man? You know, like, am I truly a heartless man? You know, where's the line in English where Urianger is openly describing himself and putting himself down as being cold, heartless? But in doing so, revealing that he is not whatsoever, because he's actually genuinely concerned. You know, he hasn't been callously making, you know, purely calculated decisions. They've been killing him. But, you know, that sort of emotion and stuff, that's dumb. That's lame. Let's get rid of that in favor of adding in, like, dumb shit alliteration.
さて、この場のことはウリエンジェが引き受けてくれたんだもの。私たちは あの青い星に帰るとしましょ
う。Well then, it looks like Uriansha will be taking care of things here. I say it's about time we head back to that blue planet.
週末のことを伝えるべき相手もいるし、協力者たる哲学者議会の意向も知りたい。地上でもやるべきことは尽きなくてよ。
There are those we need to tell about the apocalypse, and I want to know the desires, the wishes, or this equal, the intent of these collaborators of theirs, the Philosopher's Parliament. We won't have any lack of things to do on the ground. Okay, back to the Tower of Babweir. Let's start the fight against the apocalypse. Aha. The Janai there is more like it. Don't you think it's about time? Or how about we bring the fight to this apocalypse? How is oh that's the actual teleportation. But there's just, I thought there would be like some sort of terminal or something at least. Ugh. Oh my god, that came through on the mouse. I was just like stretching, plus, you know, I did that thing where you stretch, but then you just kind of like start vibrating. Oh man.
お前も異常はないか。つい今しがたまで月にいたっていうのがなんだか信じられないな。
Are you alright? Yeah, the idea that we were all just on the moon really doesn't seem real, huh?
これからだが、ひとまずキャンプブロークングラスのルキアを訪ねてみるとしよう。
Okay, for now let's go, see
俺たちが
Lugia,
月に移
Camp
動し
Broken
た時
Glass.
点でアニマのテンパードたちの抑え込みには成功していたが、治療のために残った連中の動向を含めどうなったやらだ。
Okay, like right when we left to go for to teleport to the moon, we had managed to get the tempered from Anima under control. But as for how things went, you know, including their treatment, you know, I don't know.
彼女を訪ねる前に週末についてどこまで話すか方針をすり合わせておきましょ
う。Okay. Before we go see her, we really should like get our story straight for just how much about the apocalypse we're going to tell her. Or like, you know, we're going to tell people.
ことは包み隠さず伝えて各国名手にも伝達してもらうべきだと思うわ。
Personally, I believe that we should communicate everything that we know to the leaders of the Allied Nations.
その上で協力を仰げないかしら。終末は現状、いつ、どこから、どんな形で始まるかわからない。異常にすぐ対応できるよう、各国の力を借りるのよ。
Wait, Agenai here is weird. Okay. Okay, no, never mind. I was thinking of that backwards. But yeah, I wonder if we could ask for their cooperation, their aid. We don't know precisely when the apocalypse will begin or what form it will take. And so we'll need the assistance of the other nations to immediately report any strange happenings.
それが適切だろうな。あの名手たちなら、下手に民衆の不安を煽ったりせず、秘密裏に警戒を強めてくれるはずだ。
Yeah, that seems like that seems pertinent. Seems like a good course of action. The leader shouldn't, like, burden the people with too much to cause unrest. And will likely, begin strengthening their defenses and developing countermeasures in secret.
よし、こちらからの報告も兼ねて、ルキアのところへ行こ
う。Well, actually, that was just Keikai o Tsiyomete. Like, they're gonna be on their guard more. Oh, Mod, you missed it. I looked at the English for that heavily emotional scene with Odiansha, and it's really bad. They got rid of basically every single emotional line from him. The English is so fucking flat, and the Japanese basically had me tearing up. It's great. I love it here. Let's go back to Dukia and report back. You know, like, they just... Instead of him saying, like, I wish I could have told Moengrita that nothing in this world was worth your life, they just had him say, I wish I had bid her live. That's great, man. Love that. And, his entire line of him, like, beginning to cry and saying, like, am I really just this heartless, unfeeling man? They just got rid of that entirely. You know, like, when he starts, he, like, looks down and says it with, like, a shaking voice. Truly disgusted in what he is. Yeah, nah. It's great. Hey guys, we were just on the moon, and you're not gonna believe this, but there's fucking rabbits on the moon. That's the thing I'm gonna tell everybody.
気候はどうしてここに？月での任務は終わったのか？
I'm sorry, wait, you already know about all of that. Okay. Wait, why are you here? Are you already done with your mission on the moon? Yeah. The world is ending? I mean, that's significantly less important than there being moon rabbits, if we're being real here. That's, like, substantially less important. Yeah. You know, for now we've done, everything we could.
その報告もするつもりだが、だいぶ話が立て込みそうでな。先にガレマルドの状況を聞いてもいいか？
we're planning on gonna make a report on that, but it's very involved. So before that, could you tell us about what's going on in Garlemald?
皆の尽力で保護できたアニマのテンパードたちだが、バブイルの島内にいた者も加わったことで、相当な人数に上った。
Okay. We were able to bring those tempered by anima into custody. However, those alongside those within the Tower of Balwheel add up to a considerable number.
その全員を厳しい環境下のガレマルドで治療するのは不可能。そう判断した我々は各国名手に相談を持ちかけたのだ。
It's impossible to treat all of them in the harsh conditions of Garlemald at this time. Therefore, we were we proposed to we wish to consult with the leaders of the allied nations.
結果、ガレマールの支配から解
They
放
went
さ
to
れ
go
たばか
consult
り
with
の
them.
反帝国感情がまだ苛烈な地域を除き、いくつかの国でテンパードを受け入れてもらえることになった。
Okay. Okay. Sure. Dude. This game, once again, I'm reminded of just how ridiculous this game is in terms of, like, Karetsu is not actually that ridiculous of a word. However, I've been watching Korone stream Elden Ring, and her trying to read the, like, description text for items in that game, it's like, I don't think she's gotten through a single item without having like one or two kanji that she had to ask chat, like, what the fuck is the reading of this? And this game is very similar. Where I have seen plenty of people, like every single Japanese stream I've seen of Final Fantasy XIV has involved some amount of, wait, huh? What's that? How do you read that? The funny thing is that, of course, you can still understand it, even if you don't know how to read it. Because, like, you can see the kanji and you can just know the general meaning. But for reading it out loud, fuck off, man. Okay. The result of our discussion was that, various nations have accepted tempered for treatment, except in areas where anti-imperial sentiment is still severe. You know, those who had just been, like, freed from imperial rule.
暁の皆を含めた派遣団の面々にはテンパードの移送とそこでの治療に当たってもらっている。
Okay, members of the contingent, including members of the Dawn, have undertaken transporting of tempered and their treatment.
ということは、この拠点にはもう保護したテンパードはいないのかしら？
So then, you mean that there are no more tempered here?
いや、少人数であれば、ここでも治療は続行できるからな。有志の魔導士たちが残り、対応してくれている。
No, in small numbers we will be able to treat them here as well. There are volunteers left behind to, volunteer magicians. have remained back to continue with their treatment.
許す殿もその一人だ。現在はまだ治療中で面会することはできないが、
Yudis is one of those undergoing treatment. Yeah. I mean, you'd say Yudis is one of those. Currently is undergoing treatment, and you won't be able to see him face to face.
あの
However,
動乱の中、アルフィノ殿とアリゼー殿が駆けつけて、アニマの呪縛によって暴れる彼を抑えてみせたのだ。彼も周りも傷つけることなく、
in the midst of the chaos, Alfino and Alize rushed over to restrain him without allowing him to without like allowing him to hurt himself or any others. You know, it's like not allowing him or anyone else to come to harm.
各国名手はガレマル殿、ガレマール帝国の今後については何か言っていたか？
Have the Alliance leaders said anything regarding Garlemald and the future of the Garlemald Empire?
大方針が定まるまで時間がかかりそうだ。東方連合に参加しているレジスタンスとは連携を継続するが、各属州の動向を慎重に見極める必要があるからな。
大方針. Okay. It will take time to determine a broad policy. We will continue to collaborate with the Eastern Alliance. Yeah, with the Resistance and the Eastern Alliance. Okay. But we need to carefully consider the, like, prevailing trends within each province. Like, this is a ridiculous video game, man. This is just like actual full-blown political drama, and they are not holding anything back.
しかし、喜ばしい報告もある。アニマの討伐から間もなくして、各地にあった終末の塔が消滅したそうだ。
However, there is some 喜ばしい. There is some welcome news as well. It appears that shortly after, very shortly after the defeat of Anima, the Towers of the Apocalypse in various locales immediately disappeared.
中に捕らえられていた人々は救助され、テンパード化治療の手ほどきを受けた各種族の魔導士たちが目下奮闘しているところらしい。
Okay. Those captured within the towers have been rescued, and the magicians of various regions who have been taught the method of treating tempered are at present proceeding with great effort.
それはマザーポークシーを預かっている的親が大わらわになってるでしょうね。
Okay, yeah, so it seems like Yeah, like, Matoya is going to be quite busy.
もってビルサバード派遣団は帝国民の保護と党の元凶を消滅させるという当初の目
She's
的
got
を
a bunch of
達
people
成。
showing up. As such, the Ilsabad contingent has achieved its primary objective, the safeguarding of the Imperial people, or of Imperial citizens, right? Well, really it is the Imperial people, and the destruction of the source of the towers. Hey, how much do you want to bet that they don't translate this line? How much do you want to bet they don't translate this line? Where they explicitly state that the goal of the contingent was like a aid mission for the Imperials? How much do you want to bet that they don't translate it? They don't translate it. Yeah, they don't translate it. This line in English is, yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far, with the next one being, as for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Temperate has been completed. So yeah, they just got rid of this. They got rid of them saying specifically that the goal of the Ilsabard contingent was, they listed the like, safety, the protection of Imperial citizens as priority number one. Like, the first thing that they list for the mission of the Ilsabard contingent is 帝国民の保護, protection of the Imperial citizens. Weird. It's so blatant, man. Like, it really is just so blatant of a rewrite. They do it so frequently. And it's so immature. Honestly, there's really no other way to put it other than immature to remove this sort of nuance. Because you're like, oh, but the Empire bad. They're all fascists. It's like, they're not even really, like... The whole point of the Empire, and it's actually a pretty good commentary, is that... It is, like, a pretty good commentary on the way that actual totalitarian/fascist states work. Which is that there's always somebody higher up that somebody else is afraid to cross. And so everybody else is just kind of doing their own thing while under the umbrella of, well, I don't really want to be doing this part of it, but I need to do it because that's the orders. And, man, I don't really want to be doing this, so I'm kind of doing my own thing, but... And then when you go up all the way, it just keeps going. And then they set it up so that it was actually the Asians, like, intentionally sabotaging the Galamad Empire from the beginning. Like, the Empire was built to fail. And then without the backing of the Astians, they fall back into being a, you know, desperate and fairly weak people.
Tempered を移送した者たちには落ち着き次第祖国に帰還してもらうことになっている。
The Japanese text isn't making apologies for, you know, fascism or whatever. But it's actually doing a better job of, you know, providing a reasonable explanation for how things ended up the way that they did, rather than just saying, they're all bad and evil. Like, that's just not how reality works. That's not how things work at all. There's always a reason for people to do the things that they do, unless they're just, like, actually fully insane. And even then, when people have, like, a complete break from reality, they're going to have some sort of insane justification for why it is that they're doing what they're doing. Like, even if you have a serial killer who is completely broken from reality and is going around being like, oh, I'm like, you know, I'm the Antichrist and I'm taking people out to usher in the apocalypse, well, that's still a reason. It's like, oh, you know, this person at the grocery store was assaulting me psychically and attempting to steal my soul. Well, it's like, okay, that's not a thing that's real, but it was real to you. You know, typically people don't, like, even the most horrible and evil people in history have had justifications for why it is that they're doing what they're doing. You know, like, to use serial killers again, there have been plenty of people who are just, like, complete monsters who said, like, oh, actually, I'm doing everybody a favor by getting rid of, like, bad people. Like, undesirables, people who are making the city worse. Or whatever. That's still a reason. And it's why if you watch, like, you know, real dog shit documentaries that just play up somebody like that being, like, evil, and get rid of any sort of internal justification that they had, it makes them less real. It makes them less threatening. It downplays what they actually did. Knowing their reasoning for doing something atrocious actually matters. But, you know, in Final Fantasy XIV, when they're just going around... Okay, pause for a second. That is a fantastic one of those, you know, like one of those game theory video things where it's like talking about something entirely unrelated and then going, in Five Nights at Freddy's. I just did the game theory thing. But anyway, in this game, though, when they rewrite the Imperials to just be comically evil, and we're evil because we like being evil, and we're racist because we like being racist, that's it. It makes them less threatening. Please don't start talking about FNAF lore, but what about the secret of the Mimic? I need to know. I don't actually need to know. Dude, it's so crazy how the same guy who made, like, hyper-Christian RPGs made the biggest horror franchise in the world. Yeah, it's a fairly reasonable story of people, like, making a literal deal with the devil. It's a Faustian bargain sort of situation. And then it all comes back around. Okay, those who have... Okay, and, for those who have begun, like, who undertook transporting the Tempered, yeah, they're asked to return to their own respective homelands once the situation is settled.
私やルキア殿を含めた一部の派遣団員は引き続きガレマルドでの救援を続けていく予定です。
Several members of the contingent, including myself and Durhia, will continue to provide aid here in Garlemald.
帝国が今後どうなるにせよ、まだこの地で生きている人がいるのですから。
Whatever may happen to the Empire in the future, you know, there are still people living here.
我々からの報告は以上だ。続けて、貴公らの話を伺えるだろうか。月で何があったのか、テロフォロイはどうなったのか。
That's all for the report on our side. Now then, would you be willing to could you tell us about what happened, to you? Regarding, you know, what occurred on the moon, what happened with Teroforoi? I said in ARR that I would make a soundboard for the Mario and Luigi RPG nonsense Italian sounds for any time my character did that, and I just never did it.
古の終末が再来する。まさか、そのようなことが。
And the second coming of an ancient apocalypse. You can't say second coming, probably. Yeah, you might be able to. You know, it's got the Christian connotations, but it just kind of fits better. I kind of talked myself back into it. You know, the second coming of an ancient apocalypse. You know, something like that is
現
even
状、まだ見通しの立っていないことが多すぎる。ひとまず今の情報を名手たちに共有して、
I think that, like,
警戒を促したいのだけれど、
まさかそのようなこと。
お願いできるかしら。
that masaka sono yo na koto really is just kind of a filler word. These people really like The Weeknd. Fuck. Have I been just reading that wrong this whole time? Like, wait, why did I not? Is there some other? No, that is just. You've derailed me entirely. No, it's a different word. It's a different word, but hold on. Let me see. Okay, so this shumatsu is shumatsu. Like it's shumatsu. And that weekend, is it a different pitch accent? Fuck no, it's the same pitch accent. Damn. I was wondering why they just didn't sound the same to me. I was like, no, it's like those are very clearly separate words. But no, it's the same pitch accent too. Well, that might be... No, I'm aware, but at the same time I was confused as to why, like, the meanings weren't overlapping in my head at all. Like, I wouldn't have even thought of that. Like, these are just two completely separate words to me. Like, it didn't even occur to me that the pronunciation overlapped. I think it might be a case where the pitch accent changes in relation to other words, maybe? That's a thing. That's a really weird thing, by the way. Like, with the word hana. Like the flower and nose are both hana. And they both have the same pitch accent. At least in isolation. However... Well, they kind of have the same... Yeah, they have the same pitch accent in isolation. However, when put into a larger sentence, they have different pitch accents. So you don't actually mess them up. You do say them differently. You know, like with nose, you stay high. With flower, you would go low. It's like ano hana ga versus ano hana ga. That, like, I can actually hear the difference there between one of those was flower and one of those was nose. I learned that one from Dogen on YouTube. Fantastic. If you want to know pitch accent stuff, Dogen is your guy. He's also very funny in general. Anyway. Little Japanese linguistic sidetrack. But that's one of those... Actually, I'm not done with the sidetrack. We're back on the sidetrack. We fully switched lanes to the sidetrack. Yeah, Dogen is great. I love Dogen. Big fan. But that's a thing that not a lot of people pick up on. It's one of those things that is incredibly difficult to teach because native speakers don't notice it. You know, like, similarly in English, even though there's, like, really not any difference between any of the theirs, you can kind of hear it. Like, you can kind of hear it. There's, like, slight differences in emphasis for certain English homophones, where you're gonna be able to tell them apart, and if somebody used the wrong one, you could kind of tell. Right? It's all of those little things that tip you off that somebody is, like, ESL or, you know, not a native speaker in general for any language, but you wouldn't really be able to articulate exactly why. You know, a native speaker would be able to go, that's not quite right, but wouldn't be able to explain why. And a lot of the pitch accent stuff is definitely like that. Especially because pitch accents vary depending on region in Japan for some things. To the point that you can end up with stuff being borderline incomprehensible between people just because they say things weird. But in general, you don't need to, like, worry too hard with pitch accent with Japanese. Like, if you really want to be able to speak without coming across like a non-native speaker, then you need to focus pitch accent pretty hard. But, you know, you'll generally still be understood. But it can lead to, you know, some funny situations. Where it takes people a second to go like, wait, what did you just say? Oh, okay. But it's definitely not like Chinese where tones are like actual vowels and shit, you know? I don't know if that's like the actual technical description for it, but it's how I've heard it described. Is that, like, tone usage is basically the, you know, similar to vowels. I cannot differentiate them for myself. There were several people in college, you know, when I was going to college. I mean, of course there were. It's a ridiculous sentence. But there were several people in the, like, East Asian languages department that I was in that were attempting to learn Japanese and, like, Mandarin at the same time. And it just seemed like a terrible idea. It just seemed like a really bad idea. To me. Like, man, you should not... I don't think you should be learning both of those at the same time. You got some kanji overlap, but honestly, that probably makes shit worse. Also, I cannot count the number of times that people have said, like, oh, hey, you speak Japanese? Hey, can you read this? And then they show me Chinese. And the fucked up part is that I can still sometimes read some of it. Anyway, back to the game. Also, by the way, the Rukia line back here, this masaka sono you na koto ga really is just kind of a verbal filler for, like, you know, oh no, I can't believe it. And so in the English, they went with the final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. I love it. I love it here. I love it here so much. It's great. I love it here. Oh, yeah, wait a second. There was another thing that I wanted to bring up. There was another thing that I wanted to bring up. When the, after Urienja was talking with the rabbits, you know, the flower starts growing. The English for that was, that flower, how came it into your possession? How very like her capital H. Guided by its light, you may come to know her capital H true intentions. Intentions which remain a mystery even to us. Whereas in the Japanese, they made the explicit point of not saying how very like her. The Guardian said, that's, you know, that seems like something Venus would do. He used her name, her actual name. He didn't call her Heidelin. He made the distinction between the person that she was when she was actually alive and Heidelin. And they got rid of that in the English, because of course they fucking did, because they're obsessed with the idea of gods. It's just, they're obsessed with it. It has to be able to be classified as an addiction at this point. Okay. At present, there is far too much that we cannot possibly foresee. As such, we would like to share the information that we have currently gained with the like, leaders of the nations and ask for them to remain vigilant. We ask you to do that. Could you please do that for us?
もちろんだ。グランドカンパニーエオルゼアと東方連合の指導者たちに責任を持って伝えよう。
Okay, of course, we'll communicate with Grand Company Eorzea, and we'll take the responsibility for communicating with the leaders, yeah, with Grand Company Eorzea and the Eastern Coalition.
加えて、テンパードの移送で各地に向かった暁の面々がオールドシャーレアンに帰
Yeah, I
還
don't
でき
even
る
know
よ
her
う
Reddish,
気に
like...
計らっておく。
Okay, we will arrange to, okay, we will arrange a means for the members of the Dawn who have, begun, like, assisting in the transportation of the Tempered to be able to return to Old Charlotte.
キコーラには週末への対策を最優先に進めてもらうべきだろうからな。
Okay. It's... yeah. Yeah, it's best that you all take priority in dealing with, and taking measures to deal with the apocalypse.
療養中だったクルル殿もタタルデンの根回しでバルデシオン文化にへとお送りしました。そちらで再会できるでしょ
う。Okay. Kururu, who was undergoing treatment, has been yeah, okay. Tataru dead. Okay, with like Tataru making the arrangements, Kururu has been transferred to the Baldessian Annex. You'll be able to see her there.
ありがとう。お気遣いに感謝するわ。
Okay, yes. Thank you. We're grateful for your consideration.
そういうことなら、俺たちもバルデシオン文館に戻ると
Thank
す
you
る
for your
か。
care. Okay, let's go back to the Baldessian Annex.
オレオさん、最後にもう一つだけよろしいですか？
If there's one more thing, if I may.
ゾディアークが消滅した後に去ったというゼノス・イエガルバスのことです。
Regarding Xenos Galvas, who disappeared after Zodiac was destroyed.
月を去ったなら、彼は地上に戻っているはず。捜索隊を出すべきだと思いますか？
If he departed from the moon, he most likely has returned to the surface. Do you believe we should send out a search party? Yeah? Your options here are, that would just get a bunch of people killed, we should probably not do that. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't really think about this. Well, actually, no, he did pretty much say about as much. So your options here are, just increase the number of casualties. We should not do that. Xenos already understands that further destruction is meaningless. If there's anything that you, if you really could do anything about him, I would... Now, that would be nice, but... You can kind of say, you would pawn him off. You could pawn him off, but I'm just gonna say, he's not gonna do anything.
承知いたしました。
Understood.
私たちが彼についてわかることは、もはや何もありません。彼を魔に終わらせられるのは、あらゆる意味で、あなただけなのでしょ
う。Huh. Okay, I need to actually check this. Because that's an interesting... That's interesting kanji for... wakaru. Hang on, I actually need to, I'm trying to... Okay. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't actually know that. There's different kanji for wakaru. Wakaru is a very common word to, understand. But I didn't really have the context fully about the different meaning of the different kanji. I just kind of knew it a little bit, intuitively. So, we're going on another linguistic sidetrack here. So, here, hold up. Let me just throw something on stream real quick. So, we have different wakaru. As you can see in the text down there, they said, 私たちが彼についてわかることは、もはや何もありません。Yeah, it is somewhat similar to that. The thing is that something that's cool about Japanese, it's really cool, and it's one of the things that really pisses me off whenever people say, oh, Japanese is a low information language or whatever. You can do real cool shit with kanji that you can't do in English whatsoever, just because of the way the writing system works. There isn't an actual real difference in meaning between these two words. They're both the word wakaru, to know. However, you can give a slight push towards different implications. like, the vibe in the sentence changes. If this was the top wakaru there, I would have a slightly different read on the character in the sentence than if it's the bottom wakaru there. Slightly. Very slightly different. So this one is, like, this wakaru at the bottom there is much closer to understand. Like, really understand them. Like, it's different than just knowing. It's understanding. So there's slight differences. It's, this word specifically is not as big of a difference between the different, koerus, or the, transcendence. Like in, 1.0, it was, a different koeru, or koeru chikara, versus the one that they currently use. That one's a bit more of a, like, explicit differentiation. But here, I just felt like this was cool. That, he's really being specific, saying that we don't understand Xenos. Huh. あらゆる意味で I really want to see what this one is in English. Holy. This is a cool ass. This is a cool ass sentence. I really like this. Okay, let me see if I can find the line here. Okay, I believe this is the line. I believe this is the same line in English. There's a couple of these that might be the line here, and none of them are right. So, if you chose the top option, it said, to dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such a beast would be to send them to their deaths. This one is, you are the only foe he considers worthy, and even if my men found him, who but you could even hope to bring low that monster? So they didn't do any of it. They didn't do any of it. They didn't do any of it. So, the English here is, we truly do not understand the first thing about Xenos. Yeah, in every sense of the word, like in every meaning, it is only you who can truly bring an end to him. you know, that's saying, like, it's only you who can stop him, it's only you who can actually kill him, it's only you who can provide him with, like, the ending that he is looking for, etc., etc. Interesting way for actual Maxima to
ゼノ
word
ス
it.
については、こちらからは手出し無用とさせていただきます。
手出し無用。God. So then, in regards to Xenos, we will consider, like, we will strictly not interfere. Yeah, but we'll take I think you could say, like, regarding Xenos, we will take a position of strict non-interference.
ですが一つだけ、グランドカンパニーエオルゼアに保護を求めた大 X 軍団より以下のような要請があったそうです。
Oh. Okay, however, there is one thing. The 10th, who sought the, like, protection of Grand Company Eorzea, gave the following request.
この旅の件にて、ゼノスは個人的思想に基づき、祖国及び諸外国に破滅をもたらした。
On this occasion, Xenos brought ruin to his homeland, like, to his homeland and others, based on his own, like, personal ideologies.
彼を巫女と呼び続けることはガレアンにとって耐え難い苦痛であると同時に、諸外国と我々の関係改善を阻むだろう。
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the Xenos Ie Garuvas. So the Ie there is Prince. That's cool. Ateji is so dumb, but also so awesome at the same time. You could just do that. It's so cool that you could just do that. Yeah, like here, even without having to be told in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, you can see his name is Xenos Ie Garuvasu, and they put Ie there, Ie there, over Olji, or Imperial Prince. So, even without having to be told whatsoever, you can just see, like, oh, Ye means prince. That's cool. So, instead of calling him Xenos Ye Garuvas, they're presuming they would just call him Xenos Garuvas. But yeah, apparently Ye is just Prince. 耐え難い苦痛である同時に Man, this is so ridiculously precise. Again. This is so Japanese, but also so ridiculously precise. Continuing to refer to him as Ye, Prince, would be, an unbearable burden for Garleans, and also would only serve to worsen relations, or, would only serve to impede the improvement of relations with foreign nations.
よって彼をいずれの階級にも属さない放浪者の名で呼ばれたしとのことです。
Thick. Wait, 放浪者? Wait a second. Hold up. 放浪者. Hold up, wait a minute. Is that the same one that they used for you at the very, very beginning of the game? In, ARR? Is that the same term? 1 second. Hold up. Because they are... Okay, it's not there. One second. I'm considering that they are like zooming in on your character here. There's something I need to check. Basically, there is a segment in the very beginning of the game with Momodi, where she says, like, you know, hobos like you are, you know, welcome in in Olaha with open arms. It stuck out because it was one of the funnier lines from Momodi at the beginning of the game, but it's difficult to find. I just need one more second to try and find what word they used for you. Again, one second. Man, going back through the Momodi lines, though, it's very funny. Still, that's one of the sections that makes me the saddest that they got rid of, like, all of the jokes from it. I know I'm going on a very long side tangent here, but this might actually tie in. Because I'm fairly certain that this, like, it's a very similar word to what they referred to you as, and so if they're going with the idea of comparing Xenos to you, then giving him a title that also matches you would be interesting. No, that's the line about the tombstone. That's the tombstone line, which is also very funny. Yes, they got rid of that one. That one's probably the funniest one. They replaced that in English with just like, oh, can you just sign your name right here? Yeah, go ahead and write your name in the register, neat as you can. Instead of having her say, now then, if you could just add your adventurer name to the register here, we need it for things such as, you know, being able to send you out on missions or knowing what to write on your tombstone. Ah, found it. It's slightly different. It uses it's foodable. They went with foodable, but it's, yeah, okay. It's similar meaning, but no, it is not the same word. Apologies for like the 10-minute interlude while I go look up a word. Riveting stream content, but no, it was not. I was about to be hyped, but it was not this. Anyway, back to the game again. Therefore, like they said that he will be referred to like as Vittoru. Which is put over like wanderer, vagrant, grifter. It's more like vagabond, vagrant. Like one who does not belong to like any class. Viator? That might be an actual Latin thing, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I don't know. The Japanese katakana is Vettoru. Vettoru. Well, it's not Vettoru, it's Vettoru. Vettoru. Vettoru.
ファダニエルが散り、祖国からも放逐されて、彼、いよいよ、一人きりね。
Means wayfarer, traveler. That might be the wrong Latin then. Like, they might have wanted... Because that doesn't really line up with the kanji that they gave. Like, it's not like traveler, it should be like vagrant. It's got a stronger negative connotation. You know, it's not like tabibito or tankisha. You know, if it was like wayfarer or traveler, it'd be more like tankisha or tabibito. So that might just be a case of the Latin that they chose being a little bit off. Don't know. Daniel has died, and yeah, with Daniel dead and like now him expelled from his homeland, he is finally truly alone.
私からも以上です。お疲れのところをお引き止めして申し訳ありませんでした。お帰りの道中、どうかお気をつけて。
That is all from me. My apologies for taking up so much of your time. Please be careful on your way home. You know, please have that should be more like I wish you a safe return voyage, like a safe trip. Safe return. And we're finally back in Old Charlotte. The place that I thought I was going to be spending basically all of the expansion. And we have now spent not very much of the expansion. Oh wait, but I need to... Actually, hold on. Do I change out of the spacesuit or do I stunt on him? Like, that's the thing. If I was like... You know, Neil Armstrong or any of those guys, I would insist on wearing a spacesuit everywhere. I would insist on wearing a spacesuit everywhere. I can speak. Like, if I was Buzz Aldrin, you would not catch me outside wearing anything other than a full-on spacesuit. I went to the fucking moon. You're about to start doing tonally dark scenes? Well, I mean, I would imagine you're gonna be confronting the Philosopher's Parliament people and then dealing with all of this bullshit, so...
お帰りなさい。お渡しした防寒具、ちゃんと役に立ちましたか？
Oh no. Oh no.
私の方は無事こちらに合流です。
I did get that there was a comment in Japanese saying that I was heartless. Saying jokingly that I was heartless for not wearing Tataru's coat. Tataru said like, oh, the cold weather clothes, you know, did the coat that I make help? Oh no. Oh no. The problem is, Tataru, is that everybody gets it for free, and so it didn't feel like, you know, everybody has that one exactly. So it feels weird. Okay, everybody managed to make it here safely. Okay, oh wait, she managed to meet up with everybody, Okay, everybody had to pull this in.
クルルさんは失踪するし、オレオさんは月に行ったと報告が入るし、もう、しっちゃかめっちゃかです。
Yeah, okay, but right after I, you know, got back, Kururu had disappeared, and, like, I heard that you went to the moon, and, you know, everything went crazy. But no, I'm going back to a more standard fit.
オレオさん、ああよかった、お帰りなさい。
Oh, thank goodness you're okay. Welcome back.
で、心配かけちゃったのは、私の方かしら。ごめんなさい、みんなのおかげで、こうしてベッドから起き上がれるようになったわ。
Well, you know, I do suppose it was, you know, I was the one, like, who caused the most concern. Sorry, thanks to everyone, I'm able to be up and around.
バルデシオン分館で待機していたら、不意にハイデリンの呼びかけが聞こえてきてね、とても必死な様子だったから、また体を貸したの。
You gotta stop doing this, Kururu. Okay, just said, as I was waiting here in the Balesian Annex, I all of a sudden heard a call from Heidelin, you know, heard her voice calling out. She seemed incredibly desperate. You know, the situation seemed incredibly dire, so I lent her my body again. You gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop doing that.
その後のことは夢うつつなんだけど、めちゃくちゃに沈脈を転移してバブイルの塔に向かったわ。
Okay, everything after that is like, you know, like, is like, I was like being in a dream. めちゃくちゃに。Yeah, but after, like, traveling through the terrestrial ley lines at a ridiculous rate, you know, we headed for Bob Wheel Tower. Well, it's like that michakucha. I guess it's just saying like it was a ridiculous thing to do in general.
次に意識がはっきりした時には、体中ボロボロで、凍傷だらけ、エーテルだって、ラハくん並みにすっからかん。びっくりして、ちょっと洗っちゃったほどよ。
And by the time I was fully aware again, I was like I was frostbitten from head to toe. Okay, yeah, I remember what she was talking about here, and it's like, just like, Daha, I was completely out of ether. Yeah, completely covered in frostbite, just like, Daha, completely out of ether. You know, it was such a shock, I actually... You know, I laughed a little. So, 1 second here, because, once again, they're gonna be overplaying the whole god aspect for Heidelin. In the Japanese here, what she said was, I heard Heidelin calling out, "Totemo hishi na yousu datta kara, totemo hishi na yousu datta kara, mata shintai o kashita no." So, it said it seemed to be an incredibly, like, desperate situation. She seemed incredibly desperate, so I lent her my body again. Lent. Kashita. Let's see the English. Ahem. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babium. Her pleas were faint but desperate, but I knew at once she, capital S, required a vessel to carry out her, capital H, will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream towards Garlemald. So they just keep mixing up life stream and... Oh my fucking god. What do they even... How did they describe these in the... Wait. Hold up. Wait. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Didn't we just have an explanation of the different types of ley lines and, like, different veins of ether flowing through the earth? Didn't we just fucking have that? Like, didn't the rabbits just get done telling us that? Hold on. I need to go check that. For a second here. Okay. Yeah. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. Okay, where is the... Hold up. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the whole explanation for ley lines. Let me see if I can find that in the English, because this is... currents of the earth, currents of the wind, and celestial currents in that scene. The Watcher did? Oh, okay. Let me find that again. The currents flow through... Okay, etheric energies, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. The currents which flow through which course through the lands and seas, currents those which flow through the very air, and those of celestial nature which encompass both our star and this moon. Celestial currents. I cannot say I'm familiar with this concept. Okay, so they were calling them currents. The Watcher was just getting done calling them currents. So, why the fuck are we still calling it the life stream here? That doesn't make any damn sense. We've already done away with this. They already gave us an explanation of this. And in the Japanese, it's always just been the same thing. They've just been saying chimyaku. The entire time, they've just been saying chimyaku. Let me chimyaku. Chimyaku. Why can I not say that properly? I don't know. Anyway. That's all. That's what they've been saying. Why are we still saying life stream? When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite. Exhausted of ether, so exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh for it. In this moment, I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zod. So, biggest problem here. The biggest problem here is her saying like, oh, she required a vessel to carry out her will, both capitalized. That's the biggest problem. Whereas in the Japanese, like, Kururu in the English sounds like she's doing some sort of, like, religious service. Like, ah, yes, my goddess, you have called and I shall answer. Whereas in the English, Kururu is saying, like, or in the Japanese, Kururu is saying, like, things seem really bad, so I figured, yeah, I'd let her borrow my body for a while again. You know, she could possess me for a while again. It's far more of a, ooh, this seems kind of bad, you know, seemed kind of desperate, so I figured I'd let her do that. It sounds far more like something done out of, like, a sense of urgency and pity, rather than like, oh, Heidelin is coming to ask me something? Boy, howdy, I better do that. Like, Japanese Kururu almost sounds like she feels bad for Heidelin here. It's like, oh man, if you're that desperate.
だけど、ゾディアークが地上に引きずり下ろされるのをどうにか阻止できたならよかったわ。その後、月では何があったの?
I've never played Final Fantasy IX, so I'm gonna agree with you, Patch. I'm gonna say it's overrated to rage bait. I'm gonna rage bait and drive engagement. Please leave comments telling me about how wrong I am for thinking that Final Fantasy IX is mid when I have not played it. Remember, I have not played it and I will not read the comment. But please, comment down below. You're not gonna want to die on this hill with me? I would never let a friend die alone. And gives you hand grenade. Save a bullet, Patch. Is an Akasufa enough to ban Patch? Unfortunately, I don't have monetization. Because I don't have enough subs, because I haven't made actual videos. Okay. If somehow we manage to prevent, Zodiark from being brought down to the world, that's good enough for me. So, what happened on the moon? Please, you don't need to donate. I don't actually know what you're talking about. Oh wait, is this why you're talking about it? Is this a blue archive meme? Hey, Kururu. Yeah, that was not, it was
あら、
not great.
みんなも間もなく帰ってくるのね。だったら、それから一緒に聞かせてもらうわ。
Oh, everybody else is gonna be back soon. Like, let's talk
帰
together.
ってきた人はメインホールに案内するから、あなたもそっちで待っていて。
Everybody. Okay, we're gonna send everybody who came back to the main hall. Everybody who comes back will be directed to the main hall. Let's meet there. Okay. Okay. Let us begin.
「みんな早かったのね。出遅れちゃってごめんなさい。
You all got back here sooner than expected. Sorry for being late.
彼らも今さっき到着したところよ。ひとまず治療、お疲れ様。
We all just got back too. You must have been working quite hard with treatment.
これで、あとは、ウリエンジェさんだけかしら。
So we're just waiting for Uriensha then?
いや、あいつは来ない。その理由も含めて、月での出来事を聞いてくれ。
No, he won't be. He won't be coming. You know, that, what happened on the moon will, tell you everything about what's going on, including why he can't be here. So, I mean, we don't have the same, like, silencing magic thing on us
あ
here.
の週末が、現代に。
So, we can just roll in. Oh, god damn it. I just got a Streamlabs alert. I'm not even logged into Streamlabs, actually. Let me see. It probably didn't even come through on stream because I don't have the like, Twitch Streamlabs linked in. Oh god, I don't even remember what my Streamlabs account was. 1 second, though. Okay, I think I can just do it with Twitch. Streamlabs dashboard, recent events. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Thank you for the $10 patch ban fund. Thank you. You didn't need to, but thank you. Patch is unfortunately unbannable. Like, I don't even think I physically could. He is inevitable. Anyway. The apocalypse coming again.
月に乗れば逃げられる。だが、それじゃあこの星は、第一世界は。
If we all board the moon, we can escape, but if we do that, then this world and the first world will be...
お前たちが逃げずに抵抗したいのは分かった。俺だって、そんなわけのわからない現象に何もかも奪われてたまるか。
Okay. I understand that you want to fight, resist without, you want to stand your ground and fight. Or, like, I understand why you would want to, like, stand your ground and fight. For me, I'm not gonna, like, let some unfathomable apocalypse take everything from me.
だが、実際問題、どうする気だ？一度は世界を壊しかけた最悪を相手に、策はあるのか？
But practically, what are we going to do? Is there even anything that we can do against something that destroyed the world once already?
正直なところ、現状では何もないわ。
Okay. Honestly, at present, we have nothing.
月の監視者が語ったように、それが天脈の循環不全によって引き起こされるなら、星全体のエーテルの流れを変えなければならない。
Huh. As the, like, Moon Guardian said, if the, like, heavenly currents, I guess you would go with again. Like, if this is being brought about by the circulatory failure in the failure of the circulation of ether in the heavens, then the, like, etheric flow throughout the entire planet must be changed.
古代人たちは、それをゾディアークで成し遂げたけれど、彼らでさえ半数を煮えとして捧げたのよ。私たちが同様のものを生み出すことは、まず不可能でしょ
う。The ancients accomplished this through summoning Zodiac, but that required the sacrifice of half of their populations. It pretty much does have congestive aether failure, yeah. It would be nigh on impossible for us to replicate that.
あるいは彼らですら突き止められなかった根本的な原因にあたるものが別にあるのかもしれないけれど。
Okay. Or perhaps there's something that can be done regarding the root cause of this. Or it's like there could be some other root cause of this that even they were unable to identify.
そちらに関する手がかりも少なくとも嘆きの海では掴むことができなかったわ。
Unfortunately, I could not find any clues relating to that. At the very least, not within the Sea of Lament.
原因以前に最悪そのものについてもわからない点が多すぎるね。
It seems like there's putting the cause aside, there is, well, including the root cause, there's far too much about this calamity that we simply do not understand.
現代においても過去と同じ現象が起きるのか、創造魔法を使わない私たちにどんな影響が出るのか。
Huh. That's actually interesting. Will the phenomenons that occurred in the past occur in the present era? Considering that we, considering that we now cannot use creation magic, what exactly will happen? Like, what effect will this have on us? What will occur? That's a very interesting point there.
そのあたりがわかれば、過去との類似点や相違点からもう少し掘り下げられるかもしれないが。
Like for them, their whole creation magic thing went haywire, but we don't even have that, so what's even gonna happen? If we can, come to an understanding of that. You know, what sort of I'm assuming the Sonoatari there is referring to the, like, what exactly is going to occur. If we were able to know that, we might be able to, investigate the differences between, or like, yeah, investigate the differences between the past and present state of affairs.
そうね。今できるとしたら、レポリットの協力者である哲学者議会の心づもりを聞くことくらいかしら。
You're right. As for what we can do now, I suppose all we can do is see what the plans are of these the collaborators of the Reporits, the Philosophers' Parliament.
皆さん、一対一です。
Everyone, this is very important. This is urgent.
哲学者議会から市民全員に重大な話があるとかで広場に集まるようにと号令がかかってます。
Oh, wait a second. They already got the message. They already got the message of the Zodiarc's going down. So, spaceship time. They've probably got like an automatic alert system. The Philosopher's Parliament has there's an important announcement for being issued to all citizens. There's been an order to gather in the square.
お父様。
Father did. Okay, wait. Oh, I accidentally skipped that line. Okay, we need to go. So we don't get to spring this on them first. It would have been very nice to be able to be the ones to spring this on them. I would have preferred that if we could have rolled up to them, slammed our hand on their desk and been like, "Hey, I know about what you did. I know all this shit. The moon rabbits? Yeah, moon rabbits."
ああ、皆の者、静粛に、静粛に。
静粛に. Everyone, silence, silence.
まずは急な招集に応じてくれたことに深く感謝しよう。
Personally, I would like to express my deep gratitude at you all being here on such short notice.
今日これからする話は、シャーレアンの今後、
my deepest thanks.
世界の今後にまつわる重大なもの。
We are here to discuss a, incredibly important matter relating to the future of Charlayan. No, the future of the world itself.
故に、あえて古き議会のあり方にのっとり、できる限りすべての市民に集まってもらったのだ。
Okay. That's interesting. I really like that. I really like that they're actually going with this. So, yeah, the future of Charleston, North Carolina. He says, like, therefore we have, like, following the old ways of, like, the parliament. We have gathered the citizens here for an assembly. Specifically calling this out as, like, old-fashioned. Ooh, the time change there was very cinematic. Very cool.
国外において テロホロイと名乗る集団が騒ぎを起こしているのを耳にした者もいるだろう。
There may be there may be those among you who have heard of a group referring to themselves as Teroforoi, causing a disturbance overseas
それ自体は人の世にありふれた騒乱に
in the
過ぎない。
recent days.
彼らが終末という言葉を用いたことで哲学者議会は警戒を強めていたのだ。
That in of itself was nothing more than, commonplace, human violence. However, their usage of the word apocalypse caught the attention and triggered the, vigilance of the Philosopher's Parliament.
我々はかつて去るお方から予言を預かった。
Huh. We have, received a prediction, a prophecy, from our ancestors, from those long gone. I guess you would say, you would probably say from our ancestors for that.
終末の最悪を招かんとする者、地に名を馳せしとき、真なる終末が天より注ぎて星を食らわん。
Okay, sick. This is the time where you actually need to use old-fashioned language. This is actually a time where you need to use some old-fashioned language. Fuck, that's awesome. Hell yeah, that's almost as cool as the Summon Darkness line. Aw, dude, let me see. Do I have that saved somewhere? Do I have that saved somewhere, the audio line? Yeah! Summon darkness. It's so... Do I play that right now? But it's the same style of... It's a very similar style of speech to the, more old-fashioned speech that, Ultima used. That Manekan. Kurawan. Okay. 欲するもの。This is when... you really have to make this, this tight. Okay. This is upon the day, upon the age, wherein they who will... Okay. Fuck, this is actually really hard, because the ordering for this style of thing is weird. It's okay. In the age in which, they who... I'm trying to think of an appropriate old-fashioned word. Like, they who, like, beseech the end. Make the... like, become known throughout the world. Then shall, like, the true apocalypse... like, then shall the true apocalypse fall down from on high to devour the world. Or something like that. But you have to go, you would have to go even more, like, old-fashioned, more biblical on it even. It's sick. I've never heard that prophecy before. Hmm? Yeah, that's so... yeah, it's ominous, that's so scary. Does it say that there's going to be some sort of calamity? Wait. Please wait. I would like to discuss this in more detail with all of you. However, in order to do this first, the magic binding us must be undone. Like that which binds our speech. Like vanish from us. Like let all commandments be undone. Or let all prohibitions be undone. God damn it, I wanted to be the one to do this. Now we finally reveal the mission entrusted to us. Can you handle the rest? Understood. God, this is good. That is a very good public announcement voice. And 270 years ago, our ancestors began researching the Sea of Stars in the lowlands of Dravania. This, I'm sure, is known by you all. However, the true result of their search was hidden by the Parliament. Yeah, was hidden by Parliament. in their exploration, in their investigation, they happened upon the will of the world, Hydaelyn.
ハイデリンは我らの祖先に先の予言を星を終焉に導くような最悪が訪れる可能性を示唆し、同時に一つの救いを提示した。
Hydaelyn gave our ancestors this, gave our ancestors that prophecy. Yeah, and while showing the possibility of a calamity, an apocalyptic calamity befalling our world, at the same time provided or offered a route to salvation.
月は巨大な船であると。そこに地上の生命を運び、新天地を目指すように教えたのだ。
The moon is a massive vessel. And we were instructed to to gather life upon the surface. We were told to gather, no, it's like we were told to gather life there. Transport life there, and to, set out to find a new home.
さながら箱舟によって大洪水による破滅を逃れた。
Hey,
我ら
look!
が始祖ニュンクレフのように。
Oh, look! Hey, remember the line before about the foreshadowing? About saying, we're all in the same boat together? Right? Remember all the seafaring, terminology that was going on? Remember how important that was at foreshadowing all of this? Remember how none of that shit got translated? Fucking crazy. Also, so this here, this Hakobune is Ark. This is just straight up Ark and Great Flood. This is they're going straight up. Newclef is Noah. Yeah, just like our founder, Newclef, who escaped the ruin of the Great Flood upon his Ark. That's literally just what they're saying. It is just straight up Ark and Flood.
事実
Which is kind of tight.
ハイデリンの要する協力者がおり、我々は幾度か彼らと交信を行ってきた。
In truth, their collaborators of Hydaelyn are present upon the moon, and we have engaged in communication with them several times in the past. Upon several occasions. Guys, I made the mistake of leaving the English script open for this. Do you want to know? Should I even say? Or should I just keep going? It's bad. Okay, what those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Heidelin herself, capital H, she spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and a means of which we might be spared. The moon, 'tis in truth a gargantuan vessel, built to serve as sanctuary for her children, and deliver them from this doom. Much like Njunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of the world in the throes of death to a new home. They just keep fucking doing it. They just keep fucking doing it. They don't even say Heiderin Sama. They literally just say Heiderin. Oh my fucking god, it's so exhausting.
もって予言を事実になりうるものだと確信した我らは、この国を発展させると同時に月へと運び出すべき知恵を収集してきたのだ。
Huh. Like, convinced of the veracity of this... Is it veracity or voracity? Veracity, I believe. Of this prophecy, we began collecting the... like, the knowledge. You know, in preparation for this like journey to the moon.
それを今明かしたということは、まさかその最悪の到来が近いのですか?
For you to tell us this now, is this calamity, you know, near at hand? Hang on. This line in the English is, you reveal this to us now, by the gods, how long do we have? I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. I'm going to crash out. I'm going to fucking crash out. You know what? Let's close this. Let's close this. Let's just not look at it
月の
again.
協力者から時来たれりの信号があった。もはやいつ星が終焉を迎えてもおかしくない。
We've received a signal from our collaborators upon the moon that the time is at hand. Like, the destruction of this world could arrive at any minute.
よって我らはこれよりこの星からの大撤収を行う。
Yo! Sick! Sick! It's the same term that they used before. Like the, you know, their great withdrawal. You know, the great evacuation. Yeah, therefore, we will now begin our great evacuation from this world.
本計画を主導するのは低地ドラバニアからの大撤収でも手腕を振るった彼フルシュの死だ。
This undertaking will be led by Sir Urushino, who also, like, provided a, like, who showed his capability in the evacuation from Nirvania.
知恵ある者よ、 賢き同胞よ。これから起こる未曾有の危機は未だかつてないほど世界を混乱に陥れるだろう。
知恵ある者よ。Oh, that's sick, but yeah, you wise, my, like, learned, countrymen. The crisis that our world faces will, like, plunge the world into chaos more than has ever been seen. Like, into a chaos greater than any which it has ever
ゆえ
seen.
にこそ我らシャーレアンの民は冷静によどみなく世界の救済に向けて進まなければならない。
沈着冷静冷静沈着 Okay, let's go. Therefore, we, you know, the people of Charlayan must, like, calmly and without hesitation move toward, like, proceed with the salvation of the world.
断言しよう。我らの英知はそれを果たすに足るものだと。
Allow me to declare. Yeah, they use so many different words for intelligence and wisdom. Like, with our knowledge, we can make this a reality, or this can be accomplished. I would go with, like, with our knowledge, we can accomplish this.
皆が良き船員となり、凛々しきニュンクレフとなるのだ。必ずやこの荒波を乗り越え、最悪後の新時代を共に生きよう。
That's kind of tight. That's kind of tight. Yeah, we will all become sailors. Like the gallant Nunklef himself. Like, he really says, like, we will become like Nunklef, you know? Like, we will overcome. We will chart a way through these rough seas. And together live in the age following this coming calamity. Hey, look, all the seafaring stuff is coming back into play.
方策は追って各機関より伝達する。焦らずに普段の仕事を維持しつつ指示に従ってほしい。では解散。
Specific instructions will be delivered later to each institution, to each agency and institution. Please remain calm and maintain your normal work until like instructions are given. And now then you are dismissed. That is all. Tai-san is more like, yeah, that is all dismissed. We didn't get to rub it in their faces. That sucks. I wanted to be the one to rub it in their faces that we knew. That we knew about the moon rabbits. It's very strange that they didn't tell them about the moon rabbits. Very concerning that they didn't tell them about the moon rabbits.
この前、お母様から言われたことを覚えてる？
Hey, Alvino, do you remember what Mom said before?
お
You
父
see
様
what
が
our
議員
what
と
our
しての
mother
活動
said
に
before,
心
rather,
血を
because
注ぐ
it's
ようになったの
Okasama.
は私たちが生まれてからだって。
And it was only after we were born that Father began to completely devote himself to his work as a politician.
その活動っていうのが星からの脱出計画を進
Well,
める
that's
こ
the
とな
thing
ら
is that they actually didn't
お父様が
say
逃がしたかったのは
that. They said they just said the will of the world, Heidelin. They're like Hoshino Ishi. They did not use the word kami-sama. Like they didn't say kami, they didn't say kami-sama at all. They just said Hoshino Ishi, which, like, yeah, that's pretty much saying God, but is his line about everyone becoming sailors totally gone? Fuck, you're gonna make me look at it. Yeah, they didn't do it. Yeah, they didn't do it. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Charlene has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier. So they got rid of all of the seafaring stuff. All of the nautical references. Everything regarding, like, sailing across the seas, and we're all become sailors upon the, the vessel. Okay. Huh. This is a bit weird. Like, if that involved, like, this plan to evacuate from the world. Is she saying, like, then Father wanting us to, like... 逃がしたのは... Hmm? I'm assuming she's talking about, like, him pushing us away or whatever.
ああ、きっとそうだったのだろうね。
Yeah, I think you might be right. Okay, I'm assuming they're gonna go talk to him, at which point I'm gonna actually be able to understand more of what they're talking about.
すまない。少しだけ時間をもらってもいいだろうか。一言、父と話してきたいんだ。
Sorry, could you give me a moment? I need to have a word with my father. I understand. Yeah, you take as long as you need. Or you could say, like, try not to just get into a fight with him again. I'm gonna say take as long as you need.
ありがとう。ちゃんと伝えてくるよ。
Thank you all. I'll say what needs to be said.
私も一緒に行くわ。伝えたいことは同じでしょうけど。
I'm going with you. I probably need to say the same thing as you. What is it? Are you here to say again that you won't? That you'll stay and fight rather than evacuate?
いいえ。私たちは哲学者議会の計画に反対はしません。逃げることを望む人を安全に逃がしてあげてほしい。
No, we do not oppose the plan of the Philosopher's Parliament. Those who wish to flee should be able to flee as they wish safely.
月にはお父様もご存知のウリエンジがとどまっています。何かあれば彼がシャーレアンと月のクルーたちをつないでくれるでしょう。
Okay. On the moon, Urianger is still, yeah, Urianger has stayed behind upon the moon. If anything occurs, he will contact Charlene and the moon's crew. Or like he'll connect the two of you. You know, you can communicate via him as a liaison.
お前たちはどうするつもりだ?
So, what do you plan to do?
私たちは様々な土地を旅し、多くの文化や人に触れてきました。
We have traveled to many different lands and have met with, various people and cultures.
そこかしこに地図や書物で見るだけでは測りきれないような時間と思いの積み重ねがあった。
重い。Like, yeah, there have been, like, there are hearts and history within this world that cannot be understood simply by, looking at them on a map or... Sorry, got something stuck in my throat again. That cannot be understood by simply seeing them on a map or reading them in a book.
そうしたものを守り、愛し、求め、時に命を懸けて挑んだ人たちを大勢見てきました。彼らはこの大地とこの星と共に生きているのです。
And, like, for those very things, we have seen those, like, who have fought, who have protected, loved, searched for, and given their lives for those very things. Talking about the history, the feelings, emotions, sentiment, etc. And all of them share this world with us.
それだけじゃない。シャーレアンや月の技術をもってしても救えない場所にだってかけがえのない仲間がいる。
かけがえのない。Again, we're using the phrase kakegae no nai. They've used it so many times now. They've used it so many times. And that is not all. In places where, like, the technology of Charlene and the moon cannot reach them. Like, there are those who cannot be replaced.
だから私は今度こそ胸を張ってこう答えましょう。
So this time, I can say proudly. Yeah, this time I can say with pride.
彼らのために、彼らと共に私は戦い続けると。時に声を張り、時に武器を抜きながら。
For them and with them, I will continue to fight. That's not a... Hold up, I need to... I need to look up the exact meaning of... I mean, yeah, I guess. Toki ni koe o ari. This sounds cool as fuck in Japanese, but I'm not quite sure how you would phrase it, because it doesn't really work. Toki ni buki o kinagara. I guess you would say... I guess here it's like... Yeah, so for them and with them, I will continue to fight. Like, with voices raised and weapons drawn. That's probably what I would go for. Like, with voices raised and weapons drawn. Which is a pretty fucking sick thing to say.
分かってくれってもう言わないわ。ただお父様にも見ていてほしい。
We won't ask you to understand, but... We just want you to see.
子供だからできないとか、賢い者は争いを避けるべきだとか、そういう決めつけはなしで。
Without saying that, you know, we can't, like, without saying that we're too young or that, you know, the wise should always seek to avoid conflict.
私たちが走っていく姿、ちゃんと見ててよね。
はあ。走っていく姿。So, okay. This is another case where, you know, you gotta localize stuff to make this really work, because she's saying, like, watch us. You know, to a father, like, to look at what we do, pay attention, watch us. You know, like you would say to a father. But this, hashite iku sugata, you really gotta, there's gotta be an equivalent, like, natural English expression for this. Because really, that's just like... The literal there is like, you know, make sure you watch properly as we, like, run forth. But that doesn't really... That's not really what that actually means. I would go with, like... I would probably be on the side of going with, like, make sure you pay attention to what it is, like, as we show you what we can really do. Like, make sure you're watching, we'll show you what we can really do. Something like that. Because that's pretty much the meaning that's being given here. Like, we're fully capable, and we're gonna prove what we can do. But it's really not even... It's not even necessarily hostile here. It is asking a parent to, like, watch over you, you know, as well. It's like, you know, I want you to be there, I want you to see when we do this. Oh, look! Look at his face afterwards!
邪魔をしないならばそれでいい。
Man! Man! Oh, I wish I could replay that voice line. Holy shit! I don't want to know what that's like in the English. I don't want to know what that's like in the English. Oh, no. Like, he broke there. He started tearing up. He was saying it under his breath. 邪魔をしないならば、それでいい。It's like, you know, as long as you stay out of the way. それでいい. The thing is that それでいい isn't like, is far more gentle than like 好きにしろ or something like that. I think you would go with like, as long as you don't get in the way, that's fine. Or you might even say, like, do what you need to do to indicate, like, that he is saying he's pretty much proud of them. Yeah. いい短歌だったんじゃない Wow, amazing. So, this is basically like well-spat venom. Or, like you really gave him hell. I think. Let me make sure that I'm sure on that. It's like the tanka is like very sharp, you know, forceful statement, you know? And it's Yoshtola's typical tone of very casually saying very severe shit. I don't know, you might say, like, you know, you might say you really gave him hell, or something along those lines. Basically just like you really laid it out. Do as you will, just stay out of our way, the actor says as though he's bitter as hell. Yeah, of course. They didn't, and it's, oh what, do as you will, instead of sore dei. So sore dei is not do as you will. That's completely wrong. That is like completely, unequivocally, 100% wrong. Especially considering that his prior statement to them was like, suki ni shiro. Do whatever you want. I don't care. それでいい is, in this case, much closer to a explicit statement of approval. It's a distinct softening. With the, like, you know, 邪魔しないなら. What was he actually, what did he actually say? Jamo shinai naraba. Sore de ii. And he was like, you know, kind of choking it, choking it out. He couldn't really... He wasn't saying it with confidence. But that's not do as you will. And that sororei is difficult to get right. There are a lot of different ways that you could translate that, for sure. There's a whole lot of different ways that you could translate that. But what you need to get across is that it is a statement of basically approval. Being couched in a, a bit of a bluff, effectively. That 邪魔をしないならば is pretty much just a bluff. He doesn't actually mean that. And that should be communicated. So, you could go with do what you need to do, or like do what you think is right. Or even just that's fine. All of them kind of would carry the same sort of more caring meaning here. But then the second line from Yoshitola is, you were cool out there. That was a... I mean, this かっこよかったよ. かっこよかったわよ is like, that was cool. You did it well. But again, you could say like, you could even have her say like, I'm proud of you here, or that was impressive.
あそこまで言い切ったんじゃ、無策だってなんだって、そうそう音を上げられないな。
Okay. God, Estinian is awesome here too. Like, now that you said all of that, even if, like, we can't, like, no matter what happens, you won't be able to throw in the towel, huh?
あげないわよ。最後の最後まで。ここで生きたい人がいる限り、週末に立ち向かってやるわ。
Okay. Oh, and they got rid of Alfino's best line in the English too. Many may choose to join you in the end, but what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? He didn't say any of this. He's not actually arguing with... In the Japanese, he's not actually arguing with his father. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably say, if it's not wisdom, father, it is indolence. Why is he lecturing him in the English? Why the fuck is he lecturing him? This is why we choose to fight? Yeah, so, no, he didn't say any of that. None of that is right. He said, like, there are people, like, irreplaceable people who, like, neither the the knowledge of Charlayan and the moon cannot save. And so for the sake of those who like share this world with us, we choose to fight like with them, and like we choose to fight for them and with them, like with voices raised and weapons drawn. They got rid of that. They got rid of that. They got rid of the statement of saying, like, for the sake of those who share this world with us, like, we fight for them and with them, with voices raised and weapons drawn. Like, that's not him sounding like pretentious, it's him specifically lowering his level of class or whatever, and saying like, yeah, we're going to go out and do we're going to fight, and it's not going to be pretty. And then they made Alize into a massive bitch again. Will not ask for your understanding, Father, only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please, but we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't. What the fuck? Do you just not understand subtext at all? This was both sides indirectly saying that they understand one another and are on the same side. What the fuck is this shit? Alize was specifically asking her father to watch over the two of them. That's not a statement of saying, like, fuck you, Dad. It's, we're gonna go off and do this. And we want you to be, like, to watch as we do. That's a statement of inclusion? Right? Whereas in the English, it's just like they go up to Fortuno and just, like, yell at him and call him an asshole. What the fuck? Okay, back to the game. Yeah, we won't give up until the very end. Like, so long as there are people who wish to live here, we'll you know, stand up and fight against the apocalypse. But that's the thing, is that it's not even like a... It's a case where both sides are not going to explicitly just... Okay, this is a thing that actually massively bothers me in a lot of modern, like, writing, where they just have characters, like, explicitly just describe their emotions in the most unrealistic, nonsensical ways possible. You know, like they would have said, Father, I understand that you are concerned for us, and you are attempting to push us away as a means of, like, protecting us. However, we believe that, like, this alienation that you have given us is actually, you know, caused us to misunderstand your intentions as a father. Yeah, the therapy speak. People don't fucking talk like that. That's not the way that people actually talk. And so here, both sides, without actually saying it, without putting it into explicit words, we're saying we understand one another, we still care about you as our father, like, we respect you as our father, we're not children that need your protection, that need protection anymore, we're capable, and we're going to show you that we're capable. And we still care about you, and we want you to see what we can actually accomplish. Parentheses, because we actually still want you to be proud of us. We actually still care about that. And then Fortuno's response is, I have my duties, I have my obligations, and so even though it is incredibly painful for me to see you doing the things that you are doing, and I don't want you to be in danger, I understand what you're doing, and I'm not going to attempt to stop you. And also, I hope that you are successful. Parentheses, it is difficult for me to see this happen to you. I don't really want you to do this still. But they don't explicitly articulate all of that because that's dumb. People don't fucking talk like that. People don't just readily fucking spread out every single bit of personal motivation and emotional baggage in a massive trauma dump. There's, you know, people's position to take into account. There's responsibility and like saving face, etc., etc. Subtext, yeah. You know, like, Alfino didn't go out and say, like, even though you might not find it to be something that someone who is refined and intelligent should think to do, we are choosing to be lower class than you would like us to be because we believe it is the right thing to do. He said, we will continue to fight for and with the people of this world, with voices raised and weapons drawn. With the whole weapons drawn, like swinging around a sword thing, being a clear euphemism for we're going to be acting in a way that you would find distasteful. But we know that you would find it distasteful, we're going to do it anyway.
だとしたら一度しっかり休んでおかないとな。ここのところそれぞれ強行軍だったんだ。
Okay, we're back at this point of the game. In that case, we gotta get some rest. And we've been on, we've had a lot on our plate as of late. Yeah, like, you know, I see it a lot in, you know, you do see it a lot in, like, online spaces more. But also, it just kind of, like, the whole therapy speak thing, it just kind of removes tension as well. Like, there is no subtext, there is no weight to anything being said. There is no someone trying, like, wanting to tell somebody how important they are to them, but not being able to bring themselves to do so. It's like emotions and shit. Like, people tout it as emotionally mature, but it's actually just emotionally massively immature, honestly. Like, it shows a complete lack of ability to actually empathize with other people. And to really understand emotions. Like, you're just kind of listing things out instead of dealing with them.
特にお前はゾディアークとの戦いも含めてぶっ続けだろう。今日はもうフラフラ出歩かずに分間で休めよ。
Okay. I'm skimming all of these. It's just, these are the typical, you gotta go get a rest. You don't want you to collapse and blah blah blah.
みんなで帰ろうか。また明日から戦うために。
Okay, let's all, yeah, また明日から. Let's all go home, so we can fight tomorrow. Like, you would say, like, let's go home and rest, so we can fight tomorrow. Aha. Hey, look at the name of the quest. Aterisu no... Aterisu's tomorrow. Yeah, like, that really is the thing that I've found with it a lot, where when people say, like, when people drop that sort of stuff of saying, like, I'm really sorry, and I can tell that, like, I'm using this, like, this sort of humor as a coping mechanism or whatever. I'm very sorry if I've caused you any distress. It's like, you're not actually addressing the issue. You're just listing things out.
おかえり、哲学者議会が大演説をぶったんだって？クルルから簡単にだけど聞いたよ。
Oh, welcome back. Yeah, okay, there's a big speech, heard it from
バル
Kururu.
島の消滅から逃れたけど、なんで俺は助かっちゃったんだろうって、例に漏れず、思ったわけさ。
Huh. Yeah, HR speak. It really comes across as incredibly cold. You know, I escaped from the destruction of the island of Ball, like Ball Island, but well, I was always just thinking, why did I make it out?
だから今回はみんなに付き合うつもりだよって言っておきながらギリギリで逃げたりして。
Yeah, okay. That's... Okay, it's like, that's why I was... And, you know, that was to be here with everybody, all of you, but... Okay, that's still just like running away. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna work this. I don't remember this guy too much. Okay. Whatever, yeah. You gotta go sleep. Sure, skim. Let us go. Hey, wouldn't it be weird if... Yeah, wouldn't it be crazy? Wouldn't it be crazy if the expansion was called, like, not anything relating to the moon? Like, what if, you know, like, not like Dawn Moon Requiem or something like that? Man, Moon seems to be showing up a lot. Endwalker is fine.
ノックに続いて自分の名を呼ぶ声がする。
Oh, fuck off. No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Okay, once I finish the quest, I should be able to go back and check the other ones, right? I can go back and check the other ones. This is... Oh my god! It's so many! No, that's too many people that I could choose between. Okay. I mean, we're gonna have to go through all of these. We're gonna have to do all of them. I'm gonna have to use the thing to go back to all of them. There's a knock at the door. Whose voice is that? We're just gonna go top to bottom. If this was me, if it was me, and I was picking, like, for myself, I would choose Holiday, of course. Instantly, snap pick. Snap pick Holiday. However, for the purpose of this stream, we're gonna go through all of them. So, just to make it easier, top to bottom. With the other multi-choice things, there's usually not that big of a difference.
Yeah. もしかしてもう休んでいたかな?
Man. Alvino's swap. Like, his tone swap is great. This, yeah. Hey. Were you, or were you already, were already asleep? This is like, you know, were you already in bed or something like that? You know, you already heading off to bed. Okay.
眠る前にどうしても君に伝えておきたいことがあったんだ。
That's good. And before bed, there was something I really needed to tell you. We're never getting to the dungeon? Yeah, we're not getting to the dungeon. If I gotta go through all of these cutscenes, we're not getting to the dungeon. I don't even know what is. Is there a dungeon in the next cut? In the next one? I mean, we might be able to make it. We might. I might go like an extra hour or whatever if it means going for a dungeon. It's about when we went to Terratium Station in Garlemald.
私はユルスたちとクイントゥス殿とも話せてよかったと思っている。
Man. We can't do English of these if so? Yeah, no, fuck that. I really do think it was good that we got to speak with Eurus and Quintus.
けれどあの時、もしかしたら君だって首輪をつけられていたかもしれない。そうでなくても危険な目に遭っていたかもしれない。
Yeah, but then, they might have, like, put a collar on you, and even if they hadn't, you might have really been in
私たちが
danger.
選んだことで君を付き合わせてしまったことにちゃんと謝罪を。
Yeah, I wanted to apologize for, like, I guess this is like for forcing you to go along with what I chose.
いや、感謝を伝えたいんだ。
No, I wanted to thank you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
君にはもう何度これを伝えたかわからないけれど、それでもやっぱりそう思うよ。
I've lost count of how many times I've said it to you, but it really is the truth.
明日からも戦いは続く。あるいは本番はこれからなのだとすると、折り入って話すには早かったかもしれない。
The fight our battle continues tomorrow. Or, maybe I could say it's, that's when it will truly begin. And, like, maybe I, should have come to speak with you later.
でも、父に返答ができた今だからこそ、君に言っておきたかったんだ。
You were saying, like, it might be too early, it might be too soon to have this sort of, talk. Or whatever, if we're really gonna be going through it. Okay. Oh, really? But now that I finally managed to respond to answer my father, I wanted to tell you.
それじゃあ、私はこれで。お礼を言うために休息の邪魔をしては本末転倒だからね。
And that's why Okay, that's about all I wanted to say. I know it's a bit counterproductive to interrupt your rest to say thank you.
私もアレンバルドへの手紙を書いたら休むよ。 明日からもまた頑張ろう。
I'm going to write a letter to Arnvald and go to sleep, head to sleep myself. We have a lot of work ahead of us. You know, there's work to be done tomorrow. Please make it easy for me to actually get to the rest of these through the little cutscene replay thing. Please. Okay, a little while earlier in the Alamegan Quarter. Yeah, that you know, ominous tower. Before you could see that ominous tower from here. I'm so glad it's gone. Apparently the Iraswad contingent got rid of the root cause of them in the imperial capital. Okay, so the you know, the towers everywhere are gone, you know, once and for all. I'm so thankful. And yeah, thankfully, you know, through all of it, it's good that Talbon and the other, the Talbon, General Ralbon, whatever, like, strengthened the defenses so there weren't, you know, major casualties.
でも、派遣団といえばガレマルドから帝国人のテンパードを大勢連れてきたとか、大丈夫なのかしら。
Yeah, but for the contingent, they, you know, brought back a lot of tempered from, tempered Garlean, a lot of tempered Garleans from Garlemald. I wonder what's gonna happen. Is everything gonna be alright? According to what Ralvan said, the Eorzean nations will split the load and progress with their treatment. Okay, but they're not going to, like, welcome them all into the city.
そう。褒められたことじゃないでしょうけど、少し安心しちゃったわ。
I see, you know, it's not quite, well, might be a bit, you know, might be a bit rude, I guess, or it might not be particularly noble, but that does have me relieved.
同じアラミゴ人の中でだって帝国に組みしていた人たちとどう向き合ったらいいのか悩むことがあるもの。
You know, even if some of them are like Alamegans just like us, you know, it's difficult to know, like, how we should treat people who like took part in the Empire's actions.
そうだな。 アラガーナの長が中心になってその辺りを支援する活動が始まったとは聞くが。
Yeah, that you say that again. I heard the leader of Alagana is taking the lead and begun relief, aid activities, actions in the region. Okay. Who? Oh, yeah. Oh no. God damn it, they're going full MK Ultra Sleeper Agent, huh? Meanwhile, in Ishgard... Oh hey, it's the Dark Knight guy.
また随分と大胆なご依頼だな。
That's another unreasonable request.
さて、どうしたもんか。
So, what do we do?
Oh.
Yeah, what do I do? Huh? What am I gonna do? Ooh? What happened?
おい、大丈夫か?
Hey, you okay? Huh? Oh, okay.
今何か気のせいか?
What was that? Am I seeing things?
各地の塔は消え去って帝国の動向も落ち着きを見せ始めた。
And the towers all over the world have disappeared, and the empires there's no more hostile action from the empire.
ってのにどうにも空気が重たいのはなんだ?
So why do things... 空気が重いのは空気が重い空気が重たい I guess you would say what's this feeling looming overhead? Yeah, and then he literally looks up. Oh no. Uh-oh. And it's begun. Apocalypse time, yeah. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Wow. That's a great name for a quest. Like Burning Sky. No, I was just seeing the name of the quest. Okay, nap room time. No, yeah, that's definitely a good one to do next time. But yes, we are going to see the rest of the dialogue here. So, which one of... Is it going to be... It's probably going to be 2, right? Let's see. Oh, man, this is going to be such a pain in the ass. Oh, it's going to be such a pain in the ass to do. You're going to have to sit through the moon thing every fucking time. Oh, you're going to have to... Wait a second. Actually, hold up. If you hit the, like, auto... No, it won't. Is there a way to just skip to the first dialogue option? There isn't. There isn't, is it? We're gonna have to sit through this every time. Oh my god, I hate this. Okay. We gotta look at the moon every time. We have 4 more moon viewings ahead of us. Lock in. Lock the fuck in, everybody. I utterly refuse to not see all of these. Like, they can't do this to me. They cannot do this to me.
夜食を期待した？残念。ちょっと迷ったけど、今日は手ぶらよ。
Ah, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's very much peak Alize. Oh, what were you expecting? So, like a late night snack? Yeah. Too bad. You know, I was thinking about it, but it's just me. Just me this time. Aha.
寝る前に少しあなたと話がしたくてね。長くはならないからここでいいわ。
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you a bit before going to bed. It won't be long. We can just talk here.
ガレマルドであなたの体がゼノスに乗っ取られた事件があったでしょ。
In Garlemald, there was that part where Xenos possessed your body, right?
あなたの魂が体に戻って目覚めるまでの間、すごく実感したことがあったの。
Okay, that's interesting. 実感したことがあったの。That's an interesting bit. After your before your soul returned to your body and you woke up, you know, I realized something important.
ああ、この人だって必ず無事でいられる保証はないんだって。
Damn. Yeah, I've realized something important. That, oh yeah, there's no guarantee that they'll always make it back safe.
そんなの当たり前よね。私だって分かってたし。分かってたけど、怖かった。
I mean, that's obvious, right? I mean, you know, I know that, but I was still scared.
だからね、明日からの戦いでちゃんと自分の身も守りなさいよって念押ししに来たの。
So, you know, with the like real fight starting tomorrow, I came to tell you again, make sure to take care of yourself.
そりゃあ最後まで戦うって単価を切ったのは私だけど、でもみんなに無事でいてほしいって思うのも嘘じゃないわ。
I mean, I know I'm the one who said that we were gonna fight until the bitter end, but you know, that doesn't mean I can't want everybody to be to make it out alive too.
よろしい。それじゃあ約束だからね。
All right then. It's a promise.
それからお父様に言ったこと、走っていく姿をちゃんと見ててほしいって話。
Hey! Hey! Remember how I said that they didn't translate this line? Oh look! Alize is going to relate it to you as well. where she was saying she wanted her father to, like, watch over her and see what she can do, like, you know, in a way that you would look, like, talk about to somebody that you look up to and you want their approval. You want them to be proud of you. So, here, and, you know, what I said to my father about wanting him to like, watch and see what we could do. Or, like, you know, you could say watch and see what we could do, or, like, you know, make sure to watch over us. Something like that. Here. ちゃんと見ててほしいって話。
あれ、あなたにも言ってるんだからね。そっちも約束。
Hey, look! No, that goes for you too. It's a promise, right? Promise, alright? She looks up to your character. He's like, we're gonna do this, like, watch. When I look father in the eye and swore we'd find a way to avert... So they got rid of the emotional sentiment entirely. They got rid of the emotional sentiment entirely. Wonderful. Wonderful. The emotion is entirely gone. Great. It's like... And the thing is that the thing that Alize said, the chanto mitete? Like, that's a more childish thing to say. You know, she was, like, what she was saying to her father was, we're not children that are in need of protection, but we're still your children, right? Like, you're still our father, and so we still want you to, you know, care about and be proud of us as your children. And Alize is saying, you know, I look up to you, I respect you, so watch me. Like, we're gonna do this. Watch me. It's Thancred time. Presumably, he is going to talk about Lynn.
Ah, 休もうって時に悪いな。
Yeah, sorry to bother you when you're trying to get some rest.
お前に折りって頼みがあるんだが、今大丈夫か?
There's something that like I got a real genuine request for you. Is now a good time? I got something to, I guess you could say, like, got something to ask you from the heart or whatever. Orite, you don't really need to even translate that much.
身構えずとも悪い知らせってわけじゃないさ。
Thanks, yeah, you know, you don't need to be so on edge. It's nothing, you know, it's nothing that bad.
まだ先は見通せないが、俺たちはこれから週末の最悪に抗うことになるだろ
う。You know, we can't really know what's gonna happen, but we're going to be up against the apocalypse from here on out.
それにあたってだ。ウリエンジェの言っていた通り、俺は第一世界を、リーンを見捨てる選択はできない。
And, you know, and about that, just like Urienja said, I can't choose a path that will lead to, you know, abandoning the first world, abandoning Lin.
だからこそ、冷静な状況判断ができるか怪しい。引き上げ時が来たとしても、それを認めないだろ
う。And that's why I don't know whether or not I'm gonna be able to make, like, a rational... I'm gonna be able to see things clearly. Yeah, I'd go with, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see things clearly. Like, even if it comes down to it and we need to evacuate, I don't know if I'll be able to accept it. Like, I don't know if I'll be able to go along with it. Oh, it's like I probably, he said like I probably won't be able to go, I probably won't want to go along with it. Yeah. When that, so, if it comes down to it, don't hesitate. You know, like, hit me as hard as you can.
暁の連中はなんだかんだ、お前も含めて付き合いがいいからな。
Yeah, everybody in the dawn, including you, we're all, we're all good friends, right? That's like, we got our differences, but at the end of the day, we're all, pretty good friends, right? Okay. Yeah, if I didn't ask you this now, I might end up, like, dragging all of you down with me into a fight we just can't win.
まったく、そんな心配ができるだなんて、俺も随分贅沢者になったもんだ。
ああ、贅沢者。贅沢者。Ah, this is a hard one. Okay. To like have the privilege of being worried about stuff like this. I don't know exactly what word you would want to use for zeitakumono. Like, you could say spoiled, you could even say, like, I've gone soft, maybe. Like, zeitakumono is like, being in luxury, like wealth, right? He's saying, I've got such great friends and everything, that the idea of being worried about, like, dragging you guys down with me shows that I've got more than I deserve, or whatever.
で、引き受けてもらえるか。俺としては一番頼れるやつに依頼しに来たんだが。
And so, are you up for it? I mean, to me, I came to ask the person who I could, trust the most. Yeah, I'll knock you the fuck out and drag you to the moon if it comes down to it. Yeah. Alright. So, a deal's a deal.
おかげで少しばかり気が軽くなった。あとは俺にできることをやり尽くすだけだ。
I'm feeling a bit better now. So, and now I guess you would go with, like, now I don't need to hold back.
それじゃまた休憩の後でな。俺が訪ねてきたことは内緒にしておいてくれよ。休めと言っておきながらって叱られそうだからな。
Alright, get some rest. Yeah, and would you mind keeping that I came here to talk to you a secret? They're gonna yell at us again for like staying up too late, not actually getting any damn rest. Aha. And there we go. That's a good one. I can't take Thagrid seriously anymore ever since he started wearing a choker. Didn't he always wear one? Exactly. Wonderful exchange, yes. Oh, wait a second. Grahatia is on that list. That's gonna be... Ooh. Also, we're halfway there. 50%. And Yashtola. Good evening, I'm glad to see you're still awake. Okay. So, for starters, could you just stay right there, don't move. Doesn't seem like there's anything out of the ordinary. Huh? Yeah, when you were, you remember when we were in the First World, you were holding all of that, light when we were fighting the Sin Eaters. You took in all of the light emitted when fighting the Sin Eaters. Okay. Yashtola is great. Yashtola is great. そういう前科があるから。This is like prior conviction, previous offense. So you might say, like, considering your track record, or... I would go with, like, considering your track record, then. Or... You might even say, like, given that prior conviction, or that, like, prior offense, that is sort of the joke here, is that she just kind of says shit like that. Yeah, I thought I would come and see if there were any... if there was anything off about you after your fight with Zodiark. Without Lin around, the only one who can tell if anything is wrong is me, after all. Even though it couldn't exactly be avoided, for you to have seriously gotten into a direct confrontation with Zodiark. Amazing. It's like you got into a direct confrontation with Zodiark, and just before that, you were like, your soul was forced into someone else's body entirely. Are you sure there isn't some sort of curse that... Yeah, are you sure that there isn't some sort of, like, deadly curse placed on you or something?
というのは冗談だとしても、第一世界でアーモロートを訪れた頃のあなたの魂は
冗談だとしても。
本当に亀裂だらけだったのよ。
Like, that was a, you know, a bit of a joke, kind of, but I think you might even say, like, that's, like, only partially a joke. When we went to, Amaro in the First World, your soul was riddled with cracks.
見せられるものなら戒めに見せてあげたいくらい。私はもう二度とあんな痛々しいもの見たくないわ。
If you could see it, I would have wanted you to see it as a warning. I never want to see something that horrible again. 痛々しいもの. You know, as she's saying, it hurt so much to look at. It was so horrible. Like your soul was just on the verge of like breaking apart.
時には自分を大事になさいな。それから何かあったら相談すること。理解できて。
So then, I want you to actually take care of yourself for once. And for once in a while. You know, I want you to actually take care of yourself once in a while. And if anything is wrong, come talk to me. Understood?
なら私は退散するわ。シャーレアンの夜は冷えるから暖かくしてきちんとベッドに入って眠るのよ。
In that case, I'll be off as well. It's cold at night in Charlene, so and make sure to keep yourself warm and try and get some proper sleep.
アジントタ、良い夜を。
アジントタ、良い夜。Huh? Wait a second, what is this from? Ah, damn, this was the thing from the First World, right? This was the, shit. This was the Disciples of the Night, like, greeting thing, right? Wasn't it? Yeah, Ajin Tota, a good evening, a good night to you, or something. Yeah. You know, it's their little spiritual phrase. Oh, okay. I probably should have saved Alize for last, actually, because now I gotta do well, I need to rephrase that. I have to listen to what Grahatia has to say. Hey Grahateo, what's going on? No, I won't I'm not gonna join your Discord server. I saw the invitation a week ago and intentionally ignored it. Oh, oh, okay, I can do that.
Ah, 急にすまない。あんたに話があってたな。少しいいか？
Why is he Why is he, ooh, soft boy posting at me just off rip here? Oh my god. Sorry. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. It won't take long. Is that okay? Thank goodness.
しばらく落ち着いて話せる夜は来ないかもしれないと思ったからさ。
What? Okay. Now, I don't think there's gonna be, like, a night where we can, like, take our time and talk for a while. No, it's not that I actually hate Grahatia. So let me clarify. I'm not actually upset at Grahatia basically at all. I don't really mind him. However, I will say that Grahatia and Urianger and Thancred to a lesser extent are very, very blatantly like they're otaku bait, like super hard. Super hard. Like Ishikawa, you can tell that she has some preferences. You can tell she has some preferences, and I respect it. I respect the fuck out of it. But, okay, to put it in a way that's a bit easier to understand, Grahatia's entire existence is like, you know the scene in any Quentin Tarantino movie where they've got a woman with her feet front and center? Like, center frame for a bit too long and she's barefoot and you're just like, Quentin Tarantino, I think there might be a little bit of a reason why you have so many female characters be barefoot in your films. There might be a little bit of an underlying reason for that. Grahatia's entire existence and Urianger's redesign is very much in that realm. Him and Urianger are like, they are tactical nukes directed at the female player base. And as I am not part of that group, I see that character, and I go, I'm not a huge fan of this. But I'm fully aware that there are other characters that operate in the other direction. And in that case, I'm all for it. It's just a situation where it's like, I'm happy for you. For everybody who is totally into this style of character, I'm happy for you. Ball out, you got your character. However, when it's me, and I see this 100-something-year-old red-eyed cat boy coming at me and going, hello, I'm just a little cat boy, man. I'm so vulnerable. And so emotional. I'm just like, get the fuck out of here. Don't talk to me. Do you understand? You know, like, okay. You know, like, I play Mahjong, right? And the biggest Mahjong, client is Mahjong Soul. And Mahjong Soul got something for everybody, in terms of characters. They got stuff that panders to everyone. And you know, if a character doesn't pander to you, you don't have to use them. And what I wanted to talk to you about is just something that I'm worried about. You know, if it turns out to, you know, not be an issue, then, well, that's fine.
ゼノスがあんたと戦うために多くの犠牲を出したこと、そしてゾディアークの消滅に立ち会ってしまったこと。
And there were a lot, like an incredibly large number of, in order for like Xenos to fight against you, you know, he killed so many people. Yeah, and he was there when Zodiac disappeared.
その事実があんたを締め付ける時が来るかもしれない。これから本当に最悪が起こるんだとしたら、なおのことだ。
Yeah, that, you know, like, that truth might be, like, there might come a day where, like, when that truth, like, weighs on you. Even more so, if the apocalypse really comes to pass. Man, DC Mahjong is great.
だから、俺は。
That's why I want to, or all you need to do to think about it for Mahjong is you think of it like, it's like Jin Rummy with Mario Party bonus stars. That's
あんたが
Mahjong.
生きることで背負った重荷を、あんたが生きることを願った俺にも分けてほしい。
Okay. Okay, this is very awkward. I can't think of a way to do this in English at all. But it's the doubling up on ikiru. You know, the literal here is like all of the burdens you're carrying in your life. I want you to split them, like share those burdens with me, who wants to see you live. But that's pretty awkward. I guess you could say something like, you know, there's so many burdens you're carrying in your life. Like, and since I want you to keep on living, share some of that with me.
全てを肩代わりできないとしても、一緒に歩いて、時々荷物を預かれる奴がいるってこと、忘れないでいてほしい。
You know, sometimes you can't... Okay, even if you can't, yeah, even if I can't, like, take on all of it for you, you know, just don't forget that there are people here with you, like, who can help shoulder the burden for you.
幸い、俺は今あんたのおかげですごく身軽なんだ。少しくらいは
Excellent.
分かち合わせてくれ。
Excellent. Like, Ishikawa, I respect the hell out of it. And honestly, out of all of the writers for Final Fantasy XIV, I think that she's the best. Like, by far. Not to say that the others are bad, but like, her writing is, ooh, really damn good. Like, from now on, if I see a game that has Ishikawa with writing credits, like, I'm in there. Okay. And thanks to you, I've got, you know, I don't have anything, I don't have much left on my shoulders, so... You know, let me carry some of that for you. He keeps talking about carrying burdens.
嬉しいことも分けてもらうからな。
You know, okay. You know, we're gonna, you know, share the good times too.
いい出来事ばかりじゃないが、それでもきっと、俺はいつかこの戦いを輝かしかった日々として思い返すよ。
You know, it's not all gonna be... You know, it's not all gonna be, like, pleasant. It's not... I guess you could say it's not all gonna be pretty, but I'm sure there's gonna come a day when we can look back on what we did here, like, and be proud.
みんなと左門会にかけられたことや、雪中の行軍、この部屋で夕飯を食ったことだって。
Yeah, being brought out before the Philosopher's Parliament, marching through the snow, having dinner together here.
そういうの、これからもたくさんもらうんだ。
And there's gonna be a lot of,
there's
gonna be a lot of times coming up too.
覚悟しろよな。
You know, you're the one who said you were gonna bring me along on one of these adventures of yours, so you know, get ready.
話はそれだけだ。貴重な休みを邪魔して悪かった。明日からに備えて、今夜はよく休んでくれ。
Oh, well, that's all I came here to say. Sorry to interrupt your rest. We got a lot coming up, so try and get some sleep.
それじゃあ、おやすみ。良い夢を。
Fuck, I don't want to get... you see what I mean? You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Like, if I'm here and I get hit with a それじゃあ、おやすみ。良い夢を。Thank you, Ishikawa. Yeah, Patch, you... Okay. See, like, I'm happy for you, but at the same time, I do not want to get hit with a, well, good night and sweet dreams. But, like, this is a complete double standard, because if your Shola said those exact same lines, I'm in there. Like, hell yeah, I'm here for it. So my point isn't that it's bad, it's just that it's not aimed at me. Why'd your character stare so angrily and blankly at the camera at the end there? I think you know why. Okay, last one up is Estinian. I mean Batman, I mean Estinian. Yeah, I mean, if you give Yugi the option here, a lot of people would be... that would do a lot of people in. That, you know, that's just... Well, a lot of people are straight up one-shot to that.
Yo, 邪魔するぞ。
邪魔するぞ. Okay. Okay. This doesn't actually mean exactly what it sounds like it means. But it is funny how he's the one character that's just like, hey. He doesn't say like, oh, were you in the middle of something? He's just like, hey. This is basically like, hey, what's up?
アルフィノとアリゼが部屋に押しかけてきてな。やれ飯を食えだの支度をしろだの。
Okay. So he says like all people would always say, like decided to I guess he's referring to like his own room. This is a... God, the way that he talks is so weird that I'm trying to get it accurate. I mean, it's like, yeah, they came into his room, like, Barger's room, yelling at him to, like, you know, eat dinner and like, then started, like, making stuff or whatever. Yeah, okay. That is... They were bugging him. Yeah, you know, that seemed like it, yeah, it was gonna be a pain in the ass, so I ran out. So I like ran away. You know, looks like as I thought, you're you know, things are gonna be quieter over here. You know, more relaxed over here.
Taku. お前たちはよくやるもんだ。
まったく。よくやるもん。This won't be the only time this expansion when they do the choose one character thing. Oh great. Oh great. I love it. I guess you would probably go with like, man, you guys really do, you know, you really go too far, you do too much.
あれと負けず劣らずの厄介ごとにこうも首を突っ込んでいくとはな。
Yeah, I would. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, you guys really do too much. You know, you did just get it kind of like thrust yourselves into the. Well, it's like you dove headfirst into the Dragon Song War, but. It's like you just kind of seem to keep... Like, you seem to find the most, like, difficult problems to get yourselves mixed up in. You know, like you find the messiest problems to get yourselves mixed up in as a habit. I mean, to be honest, you know, about like ancient idols or the, you know, the apocalypse, I don't know the first damn thing about any of it. Like, I guess it's like all of it's, you know, goes right over my head, I guess. You know, but I gave my spear to, you know, to all of your convictions. You know, you've all got your convictions and you got my spear. Okay. And I'm planning to keep... Yeah, and I'm going to hold on to it for as long as it's needed. Like, no matter how doomed the fight we're about to throw us... No matter how doomed the fight that's about to start might be. About to kick off might be.
納得してここに立ってるってわけだ。
So, I guess, I'm just trying to say that I guess you would say, like, I'm here because I want to be, or it's like, I'm here because, like, I believe in what you're doing.
気にせず使い倒すつもりで使え。戦果だけ
I
は
guess you would go with, like, I'm here because I
十分
want
に
to
上げてや
be.
るさ。
So don't hold back and, don't hold back, you know, like, give me any orders you need. Like, I'll make sure to see them through.
さてと、そろそろ追っ手がかかる頃か。悪いが通らせてもらうぞ。
追っ手がかかる頃か。Okay, that's wonderful. That's excellent. So then, they should be catching up to me right about now. I'm assuming when he says "torasete morau zo," is he seriously going to, like, jump out of our window? Yeah, sorry, like, make way?
もしアルフィノたちが来たら知らないで通せよ。
Okay, yeah, that is literally what he says. If Alfino always asks, you don't know where I went.
じゃあな、相棒。
See ya, partner. Hell yeah. Hey, how much do you want to bet that they didn't translate that joke? I'll cut that bet short. They didn't translate that joke. There's no place I'd rather be than here, standing shoulder to shoulder with friends on the front line. So do not hesitate to send me against your enemies. I'll make them rue the day they met me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I could do with a little air. If Alfino asks, I was never here. Until the morrow. So they got rid of the entire joke, which is that he was somehow so fast at running away from Alfino and Alice that he had an internal timer of, it's about time that they catch up to me? Which he did not mention at all before, the idea that they would be chasing him down. The actual line being like, it's right about time that they catch up to me. So, sorry, like, make way. I'll be going this way. You can just move aside. See ya. That's great. That's absolutely wonderful. That's the deadpan humor there. And that's why it's like, when people always say like, oh, they're adding flavor, but they just got rid of the joke. The joke is gone. Like, that's just a straight up comedic moment. Of he's having this whole serious discussion with you while having an internal timer going of, Alfino and Alize should be catching up right about now. I'm jumping out the window. See ya. That's excellent. You know, that's probably a good note to actually end it on, because I would assume that everything is going to get substantially worse. Because the name of the next quest is, like, the Burning Sky. Oops. Things will get substantially more serious, but I guess it unlocks a dungeon. So, the last thing that we'll do sky is aflame. It's like, it really is more singular, I guess, but... Let me see what the name of the dungeon is in Japanese real quick. So. Oh my. Vanaspati in EN? Well, yeah, they've got the Vanaspati thing. Shumatsujukai? So wait, where exactly are we? Because that's like sea of trees. Huh. Fuck, I mean, I'm gonna have to know the context for that. But that's like... Ooh, that's sick. That is like apocalyptic. You know, the... You could go with like the blazing canopy or something. You know, like, you gotta go with, like, something relating to, like, tree cover or foliage, and then apocalypse. But yeah, that's pretty tight. Anyway. That's gonna do it for me for right now. Very good times. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, whatever. Yeah, you know, they're just whipping up a nice, like... If that's a White Russian, I'll be happy. Fuck, why did I have to say that, man? Now that I, like, it's too late to... But I just said that, and now it's like, I really want to go make a White Russian. Fuck. I thought we might have made it to the dungeon. Nah, you're good. You're good. But, I mean, I could push through to it now if I really wanted to. But... I do feel like it's probably better to start off the next stream with it, if it's gonna be a big ol' tone shift. You know? It's probably better to make it that into, like, its own thing. And as such, I will be going back into the comfy room to take a nap in the nap room. Wow, comfy. But yeah. I'll be seeing you guys. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Astidian does just kind of jump out of your window. But yeah. Peace out. And I will see you all on Wednesday. Man, again, the moon. And like a ship or something. Going to the moon. Crazy. Endwalker. Ah. I'm going to lose it. It's maybe more ridiculous than the whole medieval fantasy thing. But yeah. That's it for me. See you Wednesday. Peace.